Right, good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy at the Aliso Viejo Administrative Offices on July 17th, 2025. We have closed session 6 p.m., open session 7 p.m. Teleconference location are at OPA Saddleback Valley Middle School, Lumont Drive, Lake Forest, Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County, and Via Santa Maria, Mission Viejo. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the board of directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in a comment card to the board secretary, Dr. Samir Shah. Requests for comments may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read during the meeting, please email them to publiccomment@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on July 17, 2025. Public comments, including emailed comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic on the agenda. Board members cannot respond when a public comment is given except to refer a matter to staff for resolution or place it on a future board agenda for more substantive conversation and or action. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation and cannot be acted upon by the board at this meeting. All comments are captured and will be followed up on accordingly. Reasonable accommodation with at least 48 hours notice. Any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in a board of directors meeting may request assistance by contacting public comment at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio records of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via the following Zoom webinar, https://, do you want to read this part? oxfordchampions.zoom.us/j/32032462235, meeting ID 320-324-6235. Call to order. Meeting was called to order by the board president at 6:06 p.m. We will do roll call. Member Travis? Here. Member Smith is here. Member Freiler? Here. Member Shaw? Here. And Member Akashi is absent. Approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on July 17, 2025. It is recommended that the board of directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on July 17, 2025. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion. Second.
Okay, let's see what the motion. And then, any discussion? Right, we will go to vote. Member Travis? I'm sorry, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone with a no? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session? Thank you. Number 3, closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases. B, conference with real property negotiators 54956.8, public employee appointment discipline dismissal release 54957. D, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957. And with that, we will move to closed session at 6:07 p.m.
One.
All right, welcome back. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 7:11 p.m. And public report of action taken in closed session. Member Smith was designated to approve an insurance settlement agreement on behalf of the board. I'll go to flag salute and Dr. Shaw will lead us in that.
Okay, everyone ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I will turn it over to Dr. Fricker for recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So after a rigorous and very lengthy interview process, we are proud to have selected Mr. Brian Refke, who will come up and join me, say a few words as Chancellor of SOC. Mr. Refke was the former dean of our middle school and did a wonderful job last year under the direction of Ms. Burdette. So just a welcome, thank the board, and then.
Hello, board. Thank you for letting me come and speak today. Some of you I've taught your children, or I with you, and some are new to me. So I am glad to be here and honored to be in this new position. This is my 10th year going into OPA, 25th overall in education. I'm very passionate about the OPA program and all the opportunities that I've had over the years to help build the program and help it become what it is today. And I look forward to strengthening our programs at SOC. Some of the things that I'm looking at kind of moving forward is increasing goal setting with students. I'm a very passionate person about iReady and data, so I love that, but getting our students to be aware of what they can accomplish over the year and set goals is one of the things that I'm looking to implement, and then increase recognition programs through PBIS, but not just students, but our staff as well. So I'm looking at ways that we can recognize staff more because they do wonderful things. So I look forward to working with our wonderful staff, the families, the students. I'm happy to get back, and I will miss the middle school. I loved every minute of it, and I will miss it. It's part of me, but go Dragons.
Thank you so much. The next recognition I have is really for all of you as board members. I know that we are missing our newest board member tonight, but I wanted to take a moment. I normally do every single year. I just recognize all of the board members for their tireless service. They are volunteers. So every ounce of work that they do in preparation for board meetings, coming to events, scrutinizing over the finances and the budgets, all of those things they really do at the service of their own personal time. And so it is just an honor to recognize our board for all of the work that they do all year long, and just let the public know that what a sacrifice you make, both for your personal time, your family time, to be here and to do this important work to make sure that OPA runs smoothly, efficiently, and effectively. So it is my sincere thank you from our team, our executive team, to yours, and from all of the OPA staff and students and families to you, to recognize you. I have my lovely Vanna White is going to just give you a small token gesture of our appreciation. So thank you for all that you do. We welcome in Dr. Smith, who is our new president of the board, and we're going to have a fabulous year. So thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Your wife will enjoy that.
Yellow.
Hopefully
you're the one.
That's not what I was thinking. It's back.
All right, thank you. Any comments other than welcome, Mr. Refke? I'm grateful to have you in this new role. All right. Community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agendized items only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Are there any comments on agenda or non-agendized items? No. Thank you. Items for presentation and discussion. Item A, Office of Preparatory Academy Board of Directors Committee's discussion. For Dr. Fricker.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. This is a presentation we've had this time last year. Couple questions that we want to kind of talk with the board, seek the board's direction. As you know, we have four board committees, well, four board committees that are recognized within our bylaws or in the charters or in the organization itself. Academic Excellence Committee, Agenda Review is just a committee that it has two board members on it. So it is an executive director committee that we do to prep and set the agenda. Finance and Audit Committee is a Brown Act committee that was established last year in terms of officially by memorandum as a Brown Act committee. Has been longstanding committee and is in our charter. Governance Committee, Strategy and Development Committee is the fourth official committee of the board. With Academic Excellence, sitting underneath it, it really looks at the District English Learner Advisory Committee or the DLAC Committee, and then also the Local Control Accountability Plan Committee or the LCAP. Going through just briefly describing what the committees do. Academic Excellence monitors student performance. It also sets academic goals and works on the academic mission on behalf of Oxford Preparatory Academy. And it works in conjunction with the Chief Academic Officer and myself as Executive Director. Financial and Audit Committee includes a board treasurer and also board president. It provides oversight related to all of income expenses, the board's budget and long-term goals that are affiliated with that, multi-year budget projections, financial planning, and then assessment of risk. Governance Committee is really in the main purpose responsible for board composition, the board's work, board goals, board priorities, also drives comprehensive board self-assessment process involved and manages like board recruitment, nominations, and positions. So it also oversees board policies, board trainings. Strategy and development, partnering with other school leaders and also organizations. It focuses on the mission, vision, long-term objectives, the funding sources, strategic planning that comes along with the organization and how we move the organization forward. Just a brief review of power committees. The board last year decided that we would not go with power committees, which would represent supreme authority to 2 members, but actually went to between advisory committees. The board advisory committee is not an executive director committee, it's a board committee. It is subject to the Brown Act, but it does give the board members involved authority to review documents, presentations, make suggestions, give direction, but it doesn't give supreme authority to the board. But it is subject to the Brown Act and all the Brown Act rules. Finally, Executive Director Committee, this is one that I would run. Board members could sit on, up to 2 board members could sit on it. It's not subject to the Brown Act, so it doesn't have to adhere to those rules, and it's more of an oversight committee. So committee meetings can meet every month. It was really up to the board members who are on the committees and the committee itself as to if it meets monthly or quarterly or every other month. The recommendation, it seemed last year, was that we would want more frequent meetings, possibly monthly meetings, to get the majority of the work done and accomplished. That's one of the decisions for the board to think about in terms of, do you want them monthly, bi-monthly? And then the other question that came, which is going to drive the board direction and some discussion here for tonight, is there any thought of one, we did have a memorandum, a resolution last year to designate the Brown Act committees. Do you want that to be an annual occurrence? I would think that that would be a good thing to have as an annual occurrence. Should you change your mind, or should you want different direction every single year, or should there be changing members of the board and kind of keeping that as an annual cadence, which we would happily bring back for you. And the second question is from prior discussion is, do you want any of those committees combined? Or does it make sense to keep the 4 main committees like we had them last year. So we are just seeking clarification from the board direction to in order to prepare for the August meeting. And that's where the committee members will be selected for the committees themselves. So I'm gonna just turn it over to the board for consideration and just feedback.
So the intent tonight was kind of give us an overview of where we're at now and tee up discussion for
Where
the,
you wanna go,
which we will have an in-depth discussion, right, at the,
August meeting.
right, okay. Just trying to,
No, I appreciate
we
it.
don't have to make any decisions in this moment. It'd be more about what else would we need to know, or between now and then maybe where we might want to focus.
And you will be selecting the members for the committees in the August board meeting.
I will just bring up kind of something that we talked about in finance, which is deciding on whether or not we should be making recommendations to the full board over things that we act upon. So for example, in finance, we talked about both the credit card and the check registry. You know, we would recommend, like, one of the things we talked about is saying, okay, we would recommend to the board that we approve these at the board meeting, something like that. So that was just an example of something that might be food for thought as we move into August. That was just top of mind because we talked about.
I will want to be looking to just further evaluate the strategy committee. My sense is from when it was first created to now, there might be different needs and or just a needing to revisit its purpose. And I'm not saying that means it goes away, but just to update based on current conditions possibly. Primarily, I'd like to consider making sure like LCAP planning and all of that is throughout all committees and not just expected in one committee, because really it should influence across the board. So yeah, I wouldn't want it to feel like a standalone because that's the strategy and development committee, if that makes sense. So anyway, just something I've been percolating on.
I totally agree, and I think to me, it's kind of looking at, you know, what should really be those goals for the committee? Like, what are they trying to accomplish, not just the routine work, but what are they trying to accomplish every year? I think as we move into the August meeting, I'd love to make sure we have a discussion around that.
And then also considering our capacity as well to cover across all the amount of committees we have.
Well, and in the membership, it says you can designate an alternative member, and maybe that's something we need to do when we pick them. Specifically for finance, when it's a Brown Act committee, it's a struggle to get the time.
Anything else? What about the resolution? Are you wanting the resolution to designate the Brown Act committees, the board directed committees? Are you wanting that resolution to come back annually? Do you want the resolution that currently exists? There is no term out. Dates specified on the current resolution.
I think we need to have the discussion for August first before we really make that determination, because to me, it's kind of like, once we kind of really know the shape of the committees and what the ones are that we want to do, then we would probably do an updated resolution at that time, but I mean, that's just where I sit.
Okay. So you're saying there's no forcing event right now, we're gonna time out, so we're fine to like defer. Right.
Any
Everyone
other
good?
discussion? Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
The Oxford Preparatory Academy updated job classifications, job descriptions, and salary scales. Dr. Brecker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. This is a presentation that we had in the June board meeting, so I will, it's the same presentation. I'm just gonna focus on highlighted areas to correct language and or to put forward the idea that the board would have to make a decision in some areas, or what is changing based on what the classification study. So just a reminder, the classification study was just that in-depth evaluation across the entire organization, all job types, all positions, so that it was fair and equitable to every member of the organization. Our key objectives were to standardize job titles, bring them up to date, make sure that they're all in alignment, visually with the correct logos on them. And then also to have to improve our HR process, making sure that we have correct position control, we have all the positions we need, and or identify any positions that may need to change, and or anything that we need to add. And then to map those job descriptions into taxonomies or classifications. And so this was not a salary study, meaning that we didn't look at all of the member districts and or organizations, charter organizations to do a salary comparable study. This was only on the classification and their job description and those org charts. So we did look at certificated administration, classified management, certificated staff, and then classified staff. And then we did look to see, what were in our charters, what were in our employee handbooks as well. So we cross-referenced many documents. Just the time scale, it really was an all year or a large portion of the year study, which concluded in April, May of 2025. We looked at classified management and really what classified management was in opposition to like classified staff, certificated management, and certificated staff. In classified management, and here are some of the areas and the highlighted boxes you see. We did specifically identify with the addition of a middle school third site and different focus on job duties, responsibilities that would be adding to certain classifications. We identified coordinator of technology as one that would be adding to that job scope and job site or job responsibilities in terms of focusing on cybersecurity and safety, the necessity for having 3-year planning, budget management that would go with 3-year planning, and then also projects that would go within that 3-year planning. And then again, moving from oversight of like 3 locations to 4. And the recommendation of the proposed action would be a director level position. So you will see a job description later on in the agenda. The other area was coordinator of facilities, same thing. We're expanding, we're actually adding employees underneath this person's purview and supervision. Again, moving from 3 locations to 4, and currently not having a dedicated salary scale per this classification. So that was one area we wanted to improve or look at. Student information system specialist, increased data reporting, and or when employees or students come in through the interview and enrollment processes, making sure that they are in the correct test, state test batteries and assessments. Also WASP support and professional learning group support to provide data, accessible data to those teams who would be working with that. The proposed change there would be of a coordinator level, and you will see the job description later on in the agenda. Executive assistant is changed to that vacancy was unfilled for a considerable time in that year, the past year, and we have now filled this vacancy. Administrative assistant was actually in the past year, year and a half actually, working with purchasing responsibilities. So this position was working out of class and would be moving to account specialist. And it's not account specialist is the title, but this person would be working for the purchasing end of that account specialist job description. If we move on to classified management, we noticed in the study that we did not have coordinator of classified as a salary scale. So this salary scale was developed to facilitate anybody who's a classified coordinator having a salary scale that corresponds to their job position and title. This was in the last presentation, so nothing new there. If we went on to certificated management, and this would include all of our administrative positions. So the highlighted areas again are the things that the classification study would be recommending to change, recommending or was changed. So in the chief academic officer and the director of student services, these vacancies were not filled, and so they were filled now. Coordinator of English language learners, and we also had a coordinator of intervention. Those two combined, and the new or proposed job description would be coordinator of multi-language learners. It also changed from English learners to multi-language learners, so we are politically in the correct vein there. And then it would also include intervention. This person is working now over 3 different locations. And again, developing program support for 3 schools, traveling between three different schools, working on planning and then coordinating with our intervention specialists who would be intervening with our students. The last highlight, this was something new from the first time that I gave the presentation to now, that currently we did not have a vacancy. Now we do have one, and we are filling the vacancy of the dean at the middle school position. If we look at certificated, the management salary scale, in terms of the coordinator for certificated, here again, we did not have a salary scale that actually matched the classification. We didn't have one, so one was developed. This is not new information from the last presentation. It remains the same, but it is important to have a classification and salary scale that go together. So we would be proposing that addition later on in the agenda. Certificated job classifications. There wasn't any large change other than we have been trying to fill a vacancy for the nurse position. And so if we are unable to fill it with an in-house nurse position, we are looking at contracted services to fill, and it would be a multiple teamed approach to fill the position. We do need to have it for varied health related situations for students at our campuses and to oversee our health services programs. So we are now looking at contracted services to fill this position. I think the position's been posted for like 3 or 4 months. It's been a while, so we have not been able to find one. But we're going to continue to look. On the classified job classifications, there isn't much change other than just highlighting the campus supervisors, and just a reminder there that we did change the hours of operation for the contracts for the campus supervisors to reflect the earlier drop-off time at our school locations. And so that we can facilitate having supervised staff when families need to drop off their children as early as that 7:45 time frame. So that would be the only change there. And then there was no change for classified staff or recommendation. Hit the org chart. So this was the original org chart for the organization, and so it was just asked that the new org chart be also provided. So if you see on the new org chart, the highlighted areas would be those positions that were identified as working out of class or having additional job duties, responsibilities added onto their existing positions that would warrant a reclassification. The only other thing that you could do would be add a person. And so if we could handle it within our current staff, it is actually the more budget friendly way to handle that, rather than add on additional staff with different benefit packages and statutory benefit packages that come along with it. So we did try to handle this in-house as much as we possibly could. But you have the positions that would be identified as changing. So the recommendations were also outlined for the board, and just the fiscal implication that it would have in total to make the proposed changes that the board would be considering. And so with the added role and responsibilities to different positions, and this also allows us to kind of expand upward the organization as well. So we do want to get into that strategic planning with all of the different administrative and management positions. And we do want to make sure that those proposed strategic plans keep fiscal and their budgets in mind. And I know that this year we are going to distribute budgets out to sites and to our management teams, which would be a new extension of our fiscal plan from last year. And if you do have any specific questions or questions that I can answer at this time?
I do. Sorry. Thank you for the comprehensive work and the study and everyone that's contributed to it. I know it's a lot, a heavy lift. My question is regarding changing the coordinators to directors.
Mhm.
And just considering, I understand the justification of there's a now separate third site, but that doesn't add more hours in the week for one person to address, right? And so, I also see that in the org chart, you're not gonna rehire new coordinators to fill those positions, it's just moving to a director. So can you talk us through a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so that specifically, we kind of went back and forth of, do we need extra staff to cover? Or do we need just more distributed responsibilities? So in the case of the coordinator, both of the coordinators can go into site level and conduct work at that site level. With the 3 sites, that becomes a little bit much more cumbersome to get between the 4, it used to be 2 sites, now to get between 3 sites and manage the staffs that are currently at the 3 sites. And so, for example, if the coordinator of facilities would be a custodian at a site, then that is not, and now with the added site, it's very difficult to be a dedicated custodian at a school site where Alfonso was at the middle school and SV when they were currently together. So we could facilitate him in the coordinator role and him doing custodial duties. Now with 3 sites, that becomes much more difficult for him to do. We've had to add a custodian at the middle school site to facilitate the larger facility and site. And so pulling that out to the director level also gives us the ability to do 3-year planning and then all of the other project planning that goes along with it. So being a custodian at a site and managing 2 sites and now doing project work was quite taxing. So we did add custodial staff to alleviate that burden so that he can provide the majority of the oversight, adding the 3rd site. So we made those types of adjustments so that it doesn't put such a burden on their day-to-day tasks, and now they can see more globally and do more global oversight for us. So we try to adjust, by adding the 3rd site, we try to adjust on the technical side with like a custodian or a tech, and then elevate their responsibilities to be much more management than hands-on.
So are those extra staffs aren't reflected in the number at the bottom of the budget page? The fiscal changes don't actually take into account those extras.
Those, the budget piece that I provided was just the change of reclassed staff. The custodial staff was captured in the prior study, and it was captured in the budget. So when we added like campus supervisor, custodial staff, a psychologist, other staff that was needed for the middle school, we captured that separately. This was just for the reclassified staff who had jobs, responsibilities added to them.
So considerate of our budget too, and not wanting to become too top heavy, just want to confirm then for now. For foreseeable future, like the next year or 2,
Right.
You don't anticipate hiring then another coordinator of facilities to work under the director or coordinator of technology to work under the director.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. But you've got enough staff still, boots on the ground, dedicated at each site to cover things that you might be pulling them up from.
We believe so.
Okay.
The middle school site is large.
Yeah.
So
There's a little wait and see.
we don't know exactly the cadence of that site yet, but we do feel like with the addition of the one custodian that we would have enough coverage. And if we don't, then we would come back to the board at that time. But we just don't understand the total custodial needs at this time.
So I'll ask a follow-up question to that. For both the facilities director and like the technology director, are they going to still be site-based or are they gonna be central?
So the technology director is central. And so the the facility director would be site-based across the 3 sites, so they would be, boots on the ground across the 3 sites. Throughout the day.
Any more questions or comments? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we have a thing. Hardest part.
Okay, C, Oxford Preparatory Academy Facilities and Project Planning Update. For Laura.
Good evening, members of the public and board of directors. We've got some exciting news. The past 2.5 weeks have been quite a blur in moving an entire school site. And so I'm gonna give you guys some updates. So taking from my presentation I gave in late June, we did receive the keys on July 7th. Just as we had planned, the move from July 7th took place, or the move took place from July 7th through July 11th. You know, I think unsung heroes, Alfonso and Jonathan have been very instrumental in ensuring that, you know, that process was pretty seamless. Getting access for vendors in regards to all the tech projects that are going on, the extremely tight deadlines that we have in terms of meeting our obligations to serve our community. We've been working almost nonstop. So other things that we've been working on, again, just harping on the technology projects in progress. We do have an August 1st deadline. A lot of the paging system went in today. The computer labs are running different raceways, and getting all the access points set up. It's going to be a very stark difference in terms of where our CCE labs were at the former middle school site and where they're going to be now. Working with our couple of our professors in some of the design of the spaces. Again, we have some of the honor hall furniture ordered, so some of that will be coming on August 1st, just time. We are working on opifying the school. We do have banners, privacy screens, window film being purchased and being installed. If you drive past the site, you will see some of the banners for enrollment and QR codes to scan, which are great. So thank you, Dr. Kerming. I know today they also had
Kids have already started to enroll.
kids are starting to roll from the neighborhood that would have.
Oh, that's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uh,
because of the banners that are up with the QR.
yeah.
Awesome.
That's great.
Hopefully.
We did have a community member helping out today, lift up the marquee when I think Miss Burdette and Katie, Dr. Kerming were there setting up the marquee and changing the wording. Some things we are waiting on. We do have some murals queued up, ready to go. We're trying to get approval through SBUSD first, as well as approval for signage on the main building. The lettering and naming of the building is off the building. So we're trying to pressure wash, clean it up, and then get a new signage. So I'm hoping to get into contact with Mr. Craven tomorrow. But those are some bottlenecks that we have here. From a budgeting standpoint, we predicted the total move for the different projects to be about $428,000. The areas in green are projects that we do have POs for. Some of them we have savings, like in the access control, cameras, environmental sensors, that you will be ratifying tonight. Other projects like the AV system and conference center are a little bit over the budget when we had predicted or costed this out in May. Overall, you know, another fee or expense that we under budgeted a little bit was the mover costs. We budgeted $30,000 and it came in at $33,000. From when I talked to Alfonso, he was very happy with the movers. They had 4 trucks and 4 teams of I think 5 employees pumping through that entire site. So it was pretty amazing to see. We originally had $104,000 budget for contingency. We've used $38,000 of it, leaving $66,000 of contingency remaining. The areas of which that aren't highlighted, we don't have POs established yet. As we get those purchase orders pushed through and approved, I'll be updating this document. We're looking so far so good in terms of meeting the budget our conservative estimates. Here's some pictures of the relocation in action. I was a little bit nervous, just trying to find the load-bearing areas of which we could drive onto the new campus, because concrete and asphalt works is pretty expensive. But luckily, we found some great access points to get these big box trucks in. Yeah, here's one of the classrooms at the middle school. Actually, this week we've had our custodians. The SOC campus has been deep cleaned, so the carpets, pressure washed. That campus is in a good place. We are going to be moving our custodial team to South Valley after the conclusion of our summer programs to deep clean there. While we also currently run some facilities projects, but our custodians have gone through the classrooms and are unstacking the chairs, getting loose configurations set up, just so that when our professors come back, they're a little bit ahead of the configuration, and they can focus more on unpacking their boxes and overflying their spaces. Yeah, we have the bleachers over. I'm pretty excited about the field. It's in good shape. We're working on at our next meeting, we'll have a grounds maintenance contract that we bring forth. I think one thing I'd like to do in the future as well is try to aerate the fields and get them like really shining. But for right now, we've got a home field, which is awesome. And yeah, I'm excited for that. I know Robert Barton, our professor, is going to be really excited about having our own home football games. And another thing here is we got plenty of storage on site. A lot of the tough sheds were left in sea container. So we've had ample space. I know space was a major concern in storing not only our program materials and supplies, but also supplies and materials from the Honor Society. So we've got ample space, tons of custodial closets, auxiliary offices. We're working on getting the library furniture queued up. And yeah, so here's the next steps. We do have weekly admin meetings every Monday to go over project timelines and bottlenecks. Furniture ordered from library. Yeah, I had 3 different vendor walkthroughs, some designs sent to us. We're looking at lead times. There's the trade-off between we have furniture in there. How long are we willing to go to have the furniture we actually want to really reinvigorate the space? We have technology projects underway. Locker room conversion. There are the outdoor bathrooms that we're trying to put our lockers, not the outdoor blue ones, but the lockers for our students to change for PE in. So working with SVUSD on getting approval for that. We do have a walkthrough with Orange County Department of Education on August 7th. After tonight, after the board approves the insurance documents and we get the certificates of insurance, I'll be sending this over to OCDE as well as Capistrano Unified School District and Saddleback Valley Unified School District to ensure coverage. Other things like we had to have a fire marshal inspection as well as certificate of occupancy. So working with SVSD to get the jump over those hurdles together. I just want to say that through this entire process, the SVUSD staff has been stellar in response times. They've been more than helpful in getting everything we need, from keys to configuring the HVAC systems to replacing tiles that are damaged and remove. They've been a really good partner to us in terms of being responsive, and they have something there every day. And yeah. In total, that's where we are so far. We're still on track in terms of timeline of opening the school. I do think, just as a reminder, we did apply for the public charter school grant program in June. We're hoping to hear back, or we should hear back by August 1st. I'm hoping we get that funding. That would just be another, pretty significant budget that we would only be specifically for the middle school. And so, yeah, if we get that, I really hope we get that. I spent a lot of time working on that, and to get that would really also give us a lot of resources to, make that school just really pop. And so we're excited. It's been a lot of work. We have a great team, and it's just been an overall team effort, and can't wait to see what the ribbon cutting ceremony is gonna be. questions?
I have a question and comment, just curious, the OCD walkthrough, is
Mhm.
that just informational, or is it a requirement of theirs to come check certain things?
They actually do an inspection. They've asked us for several documents to make sure that the facility is safe.
Oh.
And that it goes through their spreadsheet of checks and balances for the acquiring of a site for us. So it's really on our behalf.
I think it's new.
Oh,
Yeah, they haven't said, similar to the other OCD visits. I think before they required a board member to be there, they haven't mentioned whether or not they need a board member.
Yeah.
To be present during that walk,
But we've asked, and if they do respond that we need one, we'll reach back out to you guys.
They're always so great. I mean,
They are.
They're awesome.
partners with us.
And there it'll be a full inspection from them and their team. They're bringing a team.
and then my comment was just to echo your sentiment about when, some of us were able to go do a walkthrough and, SBUSD. Employees were there to assist us with that. They were so lovely and especially given the circumstances, and it's a little awkward, like we're taking over their site. Yeah, I really appreciated them, and so I agree with that sentiment. Any other comments? Right. Update, thank you. Update on fiscal year 25-26 state budget adoption. Is that back to you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Hey guys, so just to recap, as a reminder, in January, any given calendar year, that there is the governor's proposed budget. In May, they get more information from the Department of Finance as well as the legislative analyst office in terms of what's going to be happening with the budget of the upcoming fiscal year. We utilize those assumptions set forth by the governor in his main revision in our budgets. And then after the legislature and determine what's next, they agree on some things, they disagree on other things, and they enact the state budget. So what this really is just showing you what are the changes. We budget conservatively to reflect what may or may not happen. And after the enacted budget is passed, we make some revisions that we'll be capturing later at the first interim. So I'm just for members of the public that are watching, as well as the board of directors here, this is the adopted budget cycle. We've adopted the budget, and the next reporting period would be at first term in 2025. This is a copy of the same assumptions that I talked about at the June 23rd meeting. Nothing of on here changed from the enacted budget. This is a slide I want to pull a lot of attention to. The TK, these are the things that were part of the governor's proposal, but we didn't have in our budget, but are now. So I'm going to repeat. These were part of the proposal. The guidance given from the state was that they may or may not pass. So to be conservative, we did include these in our budget for our adopted budget for fiscal year 25-26. The good news is this: we budgeted $3,148 for the TK add-on. So the state, in lowering the teacher to student ratio for transitional kindergarten and allowing all 4-year-olds to be enrolled in that program, they require a 10-to-1 ratio from 12 to 1. With that, they've added additional funding to pay for that ratio decrease. So we budgeted $3,148 in a budget option. Now the enacted budget, that amount is actually $5,545. That is per ADA. So if we have 10 students, let's just say in TK, and they're there 97% of the time, so we get 9.7 ADA. Now we would get that add-on $5,545 times the 9.7 ADA. Right? It's not based on enrollment yet; it's based on average daily attendance. Now that's from that, the additional revenue that we're going to be capturing at Saddleback Valley and SOC, because they do have the TK programs, is $93,000 for SB and $180,000 for SOC. So this is great news and just is going to add to that top line revenue. Another thing that we didn't budget for that did pass was there is a discretionary block one-time funding from the state. The estimated dollar amounts for the middle school is $155,000, SV is 175,000 and SOC is 215,000. Now, once the trailer bill language does come out and we get the updated figures per ADA, we will be updating the board and making sure that in our next adopted interim report that that's also reflected as well. Another thing that we had talked about is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. That was funding set forth in fiscal year 22-23. For those in the public and for those in the audience, Oxford Preparatory Middle School was not a separate LEA. So only SV, so Saddleback Valley, and SOC, South Orange County, had that money available to them. Now, in that fiscal year, the governor did reduce the funding, but then now is going to be bringing that money back. And so SV and SOC will be backfill the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds, right? It is not going to be for the middle school, but only for those 2 school sites. We do not have an estimate on that, as well as next up we have the ELOP program. They did make some structural changes to the minimum local education agency amount. We don't have estimates on that. We're waiting for the trailer bill language to come out so we can put together a better estimate on what that looks like. Another big thing is the U.S. Department of Education froze the title programs, which are set forth are federal dollars that all, if not most, LEAs in the state of California get. As of July 14th, 2025, the Attorney General did sue the federal government in regards to the federal government shutting down the Department of Education. Just a heads up, Title I Part D, we do not receive. Title I Part A, we do receive, so that didn't get closed off and are frozen with funding. However, Title II funding, we do receive about $9,000 at each school site for Title II funding, which represents not a material amount of funding for our schools. However, it is money that we use for training for our staff, counselors, for teachers. So anytime we're going to lose even, a $10,000, $9,000 budget, it's going to impact us. So we're going to wait and see on that one, where that lands. Again, this is the same budget development OPA assumptions from budget adoption. There's nothing that's changed. One thing I will say is we have for the middle school budget 537 students. In June, we had about 588 students. Now I think our current student count is 565 students. So we're still above our budgeted amount for middle school. The other school sites, SV and SOC, have maintained constant just due to those big wait lists, right? So this is our adopted budget from June. We did have a sizable deficit at the middle school in year one, fiscal year 25-26, and 2 surpluses for SV and SOC. As we move forward, right, to the enacted state budget, that deficit shrinks at the middle school slightly, and SV and SOC's surpluses exist. Now, in year 2, we show all surpluses, and in year 3, we do have a slight deficit at SV. That is mainly due to between SV and SOC, they have the same amount of auxiliary programs like world language, thank you, and music. Yet they have about 200 students less, right? And so that's where that mainly derives from. We are through our facility use agreements trying to, if we can, expand into the rest of the Saddleback Valley School. So we're hoping to mitigate that deficit in the future. But it is in year 3, so we do have some runway to make some changes to ensure that we're in a positive space. And then again, I also want to make mention that a majority, if not all of the deficit for the middle school is due to the $420,000 budget and relocating schools. But yeah. Next steps, we're going to reflect a lot of these changes. Most of these changes at the first interim in December. First interim report, just as a reminder, it's a statutory report that's done for all public LEAs in the state of California. The unaudited actuals for 24-25 will be presented in September. Right now, Ms. Palomino and I are working on figuring out how much money do we receive in lieu property taxes? Are we meeting all of our obligation for maintenance of effort and special education? And we're working on that right now as we get through the summer. Once we close out the books and have unaudited actuals, we will be having our financial audit. And the auditor will be pulling samples, of which we'll be providing documentation. And from there, come December and or January, we'll have our finalized audit report for you guys to review. Again, we're going to continue to monitor state revenue projections and whatever's happening with the federal government. I think it's also important for board members as well as the public to acknowledge that things that happen at the federal level also can have implications for us at the local level. And so for some of those things, we're kind of waiting and seeing, and then for those things in terms of programs and costs, we're trying to ensure that we're staying on track. Thank you. And just so as a reminder, this isn't a statutory report. Moreover, in the state in public education, there's this thing called the 45-day budget revision. So whenever this material changes in terms of top line revenue or expenditures, within that first 45 days of the enacted state budget, we try our best to make sure you guys are aware of those material changes.
I love that you had the slide about what the governor's proposal that was included in the proposed budget. I thought that was very helpful in your presentation. I did have one question. Was there anything that we put in our budget that we thought was going to go through in his proposal? Okay, just wanted to ask the question.
I think that the rule of thumb is always to be very conservative in terms of, with Governor Jerry Brown, and other, governors in the state, like depending on what's happening with their budget, like you have a really good year, a lot of one-time funding, but you can't always count on that. If you're banking ongoing expenditures with one-time revenues, you're kind of setting yourself up for financial disaster. So you try to stay conservative and factor in, being conservative. And so when things happen on the upside, it's just beneficial to our budgets, right? Thank you. I talk really fast, so if there's, Andrew, any questions, reach out.
Great. All right, we'll move on to EdTech.
So for the welcome. So for the board this evening, we do have a presentation for EdTech. We do have a representative here from EdTech, Mr. Gerald Cockrell. And so he'll be going through his presentation, outlining the program. It's not a demonstration, but it surely outlines all that the company offers. And if the board has any questions, we will be happy to take them at the end. So Gerald, take it away.
Thank you all for your time.
And nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, in person. Yeah, it's been a few months. I'd like to start with this as I introduce ourselves. So as Dr. Fricker said, my name is Gerald. I've worked with charter schools for 20 years and with EdTech for a little over 10 years. And somewhere around January, I think it was, Dr. Fricker had reached out to us to explore the possibility of engaging with us again for back office services. And so that conversation has happened over the last 6 or 7 months. And last week she asked for me to come down, give a little presentation and a proposal for you, a quote for you, so that we could explain what we do and then answer any questions that you might have. And this is a really good quote from Irene Smita at Fenton, one of the oldest charters. We've worked with them for over 20 years as well. That just talks about how we really partner with the schools that we work with and how we become really integral to the growth and the planning that the schools go through over their life cycle. And I did mention that we're talking about re-engaging because we have worked with Oxford Prep before. I think it was around 2015 was the first time, and that was really just some consulting that we did. That was kind of like staff and salary and all those pieces and just kind of planning. And then around 2019, we engaged for full back office support. And that was a couple years of the full back office. And then the previous leadership decided that they wanted to start taking pieces back in-house. So they took some pieces back in-house and then eventually took everything back in-house at that time. Which we weren't super happy about. We didn't think it was a good time for that, because there had been a lot of challenges in those years previous. And I think it was, I know you had engaged with XSED at some point because you came to us from them. They're another back office provider. And I believe that was part of an MOU with either the county or your other authorizer. So that lasted, I think, a year, and I don't think that relationship went very well. And then he came to us and we did a lot of really good work. We really straightened things out. So we were sad to see the relationship end, but we're very happy to possibly come back and help you out again. Because we are in it for the long haul, as this quote shows. So again, we are a social enterprise and we are a support company. So we are not a management. We're really here to support schools with the things that they don't need to focus on to be successful, the business and the operations and the performance, all those other things that can be outsourced. And I just saw today that CLA, which is an audit firm, is doing a presentation, I think, next week or the week after, that's talks about all the benefits of outsourcing and all the reasons why it might be a good idea for schools. So I should have reached out and got their presentation, but wrapped into mine. But this is just a little history of us. So we have a very high client retention rate, and usually the schools that we do lose are schools like Oxford Prep before that decide to take things back in-house. And we do encourage that. We very much like schools that grow to a certain point and develop their capacity. We definitely encourage those schools when they get to a point, if they do want to take it in-house, that they can. But there's also very good reasons to just outsource all the time. And we'll get to those a bit later. So this is kind of our differentiators, and it really starts with our staff. We spend a lot of time recruiting staff, training staff, and putting them in positions to succeed. So we keep the staff to client ratio very low so that they can be proactive, so that they're not overloaded. They can really provide the comprehensive service that the schools need to be successful. We also have the flexible service approach. So like we said, besides the full outsource, we can do certain pieces, or eventually, if you do get to a point where you want to bring things back in-house and it's safe, we do just offer our accounting platform as a lease. So that's available. Our high client satisfaction and retention rate, again, is big, and not just client, but also our staff. Because we are mission driven, all the people that work with us believe in the charter movement, and that's why they've been there for so long. I'd say the majority of our staff has over 10 years of experience, some of us well over 20 years. So that real depth of knowledge is the difference. You just can't get that experience hiring somebody, and there's no other provider out there that has the experience that we have. And that really ties into eventually that higher level strategic decision making. We've seen every scenario, we've seen every type of school. So with that experience, we can definitely help any plans that you might have in the future. So we've been around a long time. Again, we've talked about the benefits of the scale of why outsourcing makes sense, the deep bench that we have. In addition to and we'll go through all of them later, but we've also, over those many years, we listened to the schools that we partner with. And so we've added a lot of support options, either hourly or some fixed fee. So like LCAP, which you were talking about earlier, that was a big one that started about 6 years ago. And that can be done either hourly or a fixed fee. Where they can come in and either work with your committees, or they can, drive the entire process, right? And again, we have access to so many other schools and partners that we work with that it really makes that a very streamlined process. We also offer HR, data support, and in the last few years, renewal has been really the key that we've had a lot of schools coming on for and asking for support with that, especially after COVID, now that everybody's back on the hook for getting renewed. Again, just kind of some of what we've already talked about. Again, it's really just that experience and the high caliber support that you would get from us. You know, back office in general, I think, you know, the advantages can be summed up pretty simply. It's generally cheaper, it's generally better quality, and it's generally safer, right? Not only is the information and the reporting safer because we have so much experience and we have so many eyes on it. It's safer as organizationally, right? Because it is an additional set of eyes. A lot of times schools that get themselves in trouble don't have that other outside influence. So they really rely on the auditors to catch any kind of impropriety or anything like that. Whereas with an outsource, especially with us, we're partnering deeply with your CDO and your director, and everything is reviewed, everything's approved, all of those pieces. So it's definitely a safer situation. One of our other differentiators is the structure that we have. So the client manager is that kind of CFO level person, the person with that CFO level knowledge that manages the entire relationship, including the ed tech team. But you would also get a dedicated individual in each of the other pieces. So you would have a dedicated payroll person, an accounts payable person, a data person, and then accountants, staff accountants, depending on the size. So probably a couple that would be working with you on that. They would be more on the back end. Most of the interactions would happen with that client manager. That would be the person that would be presenting to your board monthly or to your finance committee monthly, presenting the financials, answering questions, working with the CBO and Dr. Fricker to on the day-to-day type of stuff. But if there's a situation with payroll or accounts payable, you can also go directly to that person, or the school staff can. So you don't have, there's not a roadblock there. And those people know your school well. As I mentioned, we have our own accounting platform. It's NetSuite based, so it's online, and it's been tailored by us over the last 15 years now to be charter specific, and added a lot of functionality in there that would be helpful to the board. There would be some permissions. So usually there's a board member that would have permissions to go in there and look at reports or do whatever they wanted, along with the director and the CBO. But it gives you the access to see things when you want to see them. And everything is up to date. All the forecasts, all the budgets, all the AP, all of those pieces. So it's a real-time view of your situation. A lot of other providers may do that quarterly, and which is not nearly as helpful as being able to see things in real time. As I mentioned before, these are kind of all of the other extended services that we just added in the last year. So we partnered with another company called Vertex, and they are an EMO, kind of. They operate a bunch of schools, and then they also have a business services that supports those schools. And so they partnered with us to provide some of the services that we haven't been able to provide in the past that are, you know, pretty school specific. So human resources, NSLP, IT, enrollment marketing, and talent acquisition. In addition to those, we have a dedicated assessment and data analysis department. So they would be able to help you with any kind of homegrown assessments that you have, any kind of assessment systems that you have, any of the testing that you do, so like CASP testing, they can help you take that raw data, summarize it, to present to the board or to other shareholders or the public so that you can see how you're actually doing. The LCAP support we talked about, we also do grant writing and research, credentialing support, and the renewal support that I mentioned earlier. And that's really it. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to actually look at the proposal. I just submitted it as the contract would be if we did engage again. And again, there would be some time for implementation, payroll specifically. The good news is you're on Paylocity, which is the payroll platform that we work with as well. So that would look very similar to employees. The processes would be a little bit different. And you'd also have our payroll staff that would actually be processing the payroll and interacting with Paylocity on any of those issues. And that was, so with that implementation timeline, the earliest it would be October, that we won't be able to partner.
And to hit that deadline, I assume you need a decision on our part sooner rather than later. If our next board meeting would be in August, that would all.
August would work. Yeah, August would work. It's really that Paylocity piece, because although you're with them already, it would have to be under a different contract. So that would just have to go through their process.
And the data migration, right?
Yeah, the data migration, that shouldn't take long. Yeah.
And do we pay Paylocity directly or?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
so that's an additional cost.
Yes. So it could be slight.
We do, I just
Okay.
didn't know in the quote,
Okay.
it wasn't specified. in the-
Yeah, that would be a separate fee. It would probably be a little bit less because we have special pricing, so it would probably be a little bit less than you're paying now. But
I have a lot of process questions. Is it possible to see, maybe it's more for you to, an actual demo of the software and how it works?
of ESP?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could definitely schedule another, I mean, we can't do it now, but we could schedule another demonstration for you.
That would be great. And then one question that's not process related. Have any of your clients been flagged by FIGMAT or state auditors or county offices due to financial mismanagement or reporting issues?
Not while they're working with us, but we work with a lot of schools that have been. A lot of schools reach out to us when they get into a bit of trouble there.
And then what is your typical response time for questions or concerns, especially during critical periods like P1 reporting and interim budget filings or audits?
Definitely within 24 hours. That's the benefit of having that dedicated person. So we really think it's much more beneficial to have that relationship as opposed to an AP department or something like that. So there's a relationship that would be developed, especially with that client manager and Dr. Fricker and Mr. Laro. So they can reach out at any time. And then obviously when I mentioned the benefit of being safer, the other benefit is, or that ties into being safe, right, is if a person leaves, if an employee leaves for whatever reason, right, that's much harder. And like Dr. Fricker's already trying to scramble to hire people. Whereas with us, we have that backup there built in, right? So if somebody's on vacation, you don't have to worry about it. Somebody else is handling that for them. So there would always be a reply.
Great. What is the typical transition time from an in-house system to EdTech's full financial services? I'm sure it's in your contract, but what support is provided during that time?
So we wouldn't provide support during the transition. Usually that whole process takes about 2 months. With the mid-year, it's a little bit different. Those are a little bit more challenging. So we'd have to kind of go through that with our accounting department and our CFO to kind of figure out exactly what that process would be. But we do have a full onboarding team for schools that manages that. The amount of information that we transfer over is typically not a lot, right? You know, if it was a July 1st, it would just kind of be all of the ending balances and all of those pieces for the year. So we're not transferring, you know, tons and tons of data. And then certain pieces, so in the proposal, you'll see that CalPADS is priced separately as well. So we do think it's integral, and the vast majority of our schools use us for CalPADS reporting. The ADA and attendance reporting, that's all included in the back office. But that could potentially start a little bit earlier because obviously school's going to be starting in August, so we could export some relationship starting sooner once approved.
So can you kind of walk me through kind of the best way that you kind of provide kind of the checks and balances of what's been done, like what happens within our office versus your services to make sure that everything is like, yeah. I'm trying to find the right words to ask the question.
Sure. Are you talking about a specific thing like purchasing or reporting or any of those?
Just in general, like how do you typically like ensure, because like, you know, that's the whole reason you have a back office is to make sure that they're doing their piece, the central office is doing their piece, and they're both like, there's redundancy there to make sure that everything is right.
Right. Yeah, I mean, on the fiscal policies, right, we could help you develop those or improve them if you need, right? Make sure that those are being followed.
Okay.
If it's something like purchasing, you know, we wouldn't necessarily be involved in that piece.
Okay.
That would be more the CBO or the director to make sure that all of that is flowing and matching what's been budgeted and forecasted and all of those pieces. But that's really the job of the board, right? And we're giving you those tools so that you know that the forecasts are accurate. If you see that something is off or if money hasn't been received or if there's a big, you know, discrepancy in what's been budgeted, then there's a problem there. And that budgeting process is really done hand in hand with the director and the CBO typically. So everybody's aware of what's going on.
This is another way to sort of maybe get at the same point. Not that you didn't answer it, but I'm just curious for further information if you happen to have an example of where, because I'm trying to see this beyond just being transactional and the expertise that you talked about of your team and where they might catch something based on what they're receiving or what they're seeing as in being that back office provider.
I don't have a specific example that I can think of.
And I'm kind of putting you
I
on the
have
spot.
I have two more specific questions.
Okay.
There you go.
How do you handle encumbrances? Cause the previous one, I went back and looked at Ed Tech's previous presentations. They were not on there.
Yeah, we do not handle encumbrances.
Okay, and then the follow-up question, let's say you get an invoice for the middle school where it's an allowable expense, but there's no actual leftover money in the budget. Then what happens is it paid out?
Yes, so that would be your process, your PO process. That's where that would be. So if the PO is approved, if the purchase is made, if the invoice comes through, then it would be paid. You can put restrictions on that so that you can have it to where either Dr. Fricker or Mr. Laro goes through and identifies in ESP which invoices they want paid. Or if they need to look at an invoice, you can click on it. You can go drill all the way down to see the vendor, all of those pieces.
So
Um,
that part would not be caught by your team, it's our responsibility then.
Yes,
And then since we have one bank account, if they pay it out for middle school, is that commingling funds?
No, they've always kept them separate, they're separate bank.
But middle school doesn't have money for it, and everything is in correct one bank account?
It's in one bank account.
This is,
Yeah, no,
because
I
I
know where
this
you're
is
going.
answering your
I
question,
know
because
where
I
you're going,
think,
I'm very well aware where you're going.
yeah, so you're you're relying a lot more on our team to catch the mistakes, right? That's where we're going with this?
No, I'm just wanting to understand how the checks and balances.
That's okay, that's where I'm going with this.
But as far as you're concerned, if a PO hits you, if an approved PO gets to you, it's paid.
yeah, if the invoice gets to us,
Yeah.
right? If it's submitted for payment, we will pay it, right? We can't check on every invoice to make sure.
Let me ask it a different question. I'm gonna ask it a different way.
No worries.
If a PO is open for an exact amount, what happens if a PO, if the bill comes in that's higher? How does that get handled? And ask a different question.
Invoice.
Yeah, an invoice.
Yeah, so
Yes,
we
okay.
wouldn't know that. If you wanted to implement a PO process in ESP,
Mhm,
we could potentially do that.
okay,
But the majority of the schools that we work with have their own separate PO process.
okay,
So I don't know if you used any kind of spend bridge or any of these other kind of systems. But we could work with you to develop a PO system
mhm,
that works and is safe.
okay,
That's where we would help there,
okay,
is guiding you, making sure that whatever process that you have may alleviate some of those concerns.
okay.
So when you get an invoice and it's approved, you pay it from an account that we stipulate? Like, I'm thinking of restricted funds being
Yeah,
before unrestricted funds. Is that responsibility again on us?
Yes, the
Great
initial
question.
coding is, yes.
Okay.
So that's a role that you would need staff for.
Okay.
At the school, so we're not replacing the entire staff, right? There has to be somebody for payroll, that's helping, making sure that payroll gets submitted to us, hourlies, all that kind of stuff, making sure new employees get set up, all of those pieces. For AP, there needs to be either staff at each site or staff dedicated for all 3 sites that is submitting the invoices to us and doing that coding. If we see something that's obviously wrong, right, like it's coded to materials and it's a band or something, right, then we'll catch that and question it. And we go through training with the staff to make sure that they know if there are specific projects or restricted sources or grants or anything that the funds are being used for. Again, that should be part of the PO process before that goes out, right? You don't want to be identifying that when the invoice comes in, so. Ideally, that
Totally
would,
agree.
yeah, ideally that would all be done at the start.
So does EdTech have guidance on state compliance requirements for spending? Like, let's say we want to apply ELOP money for non-ELOP stuff.
Yeah.
That again is on us, correct?
No, so I mean, that's one of the big benefits of working with us, a firm like us that has so many different schools that we work with and has so much experience. As Mr. Laro said, like, one-time funding, right? If during the budgeting, he was like, oh, we're gonna use all this money on this one thing here, or to pay our staff for our payroll, right? That's where we would advise you, no, that's not a good idea.
Right.
That's a one-time funding. And things change, right? That was a new funding source that just came out. So we have the staff that is dedicated to interpreting what it's for, the rules of how it's supposed to be used. A lot of times those rules aren't super clear. So working with auditors to figure out how they interpret it, all of those pieces, and then coming back and working with the school leadership to figure out exactly how to spend that.
So we have 3 separate ELAs. And because of it, we have to account for that accordingly in our budgets and things like that. Again, you guys have all the expertise and structures to make sure that we don't have any issues with anything going awry, given that we have really 3 separate budgets.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
And as things change, we also have a budget software that we use and we've developed over the years and customized. So we can quickly knock out those forecasts and those adjustments, or if you're moving to a new site,
Yeah.
you have to move to a new site and you need to model that,
Mhm.
all of those pieces. We can do quickly.
Okay.
Questions? No? We really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Yes.
It's local, so.
It's so late.
That's not that
Well,
one.
that's not. And it's fine,
Yeah, it was remarkable. I left, I didn't know what time to leave. I'm like, man, I could be like anywhere from 2 to like an hour.
Right.
And I got here like right at 7, so it was perfect. Good luck.
You offered to, but he said he was local-ish.
Yeah, no,
No,
I love to meet
appreciate
the
it.
boards in person.
And if we have any further questions,
Yeah, I'll leave my card, so that you can reach out to me directly. And if we want to schedule another demo, we can do another special session or wait until August to do that as well. I'll circle back with our payroll folks to see kind of what that Paylocity timeline looks like, knowing that you're already using it, so it might be a lot shorter. So it could be that we wouldn't even have to do anything until September, so if we're looking for October.
I did have one last question.
Sure.
How do you kind of stay apprised of like all the changes? Like there's we know in the charter world that there's a lot of things that happen and different regulations and different things about how we can utilize, like you're using with ELOP. How do you ensure that you can stay compliant and help your clients being compliant for those things?
It really comes down to the scale, right? Because we have all of those minds when
Mhm.
something comes out, putting it on it. So we'll usually, assign kind of a lead to a new funding source or new regulation like TK reporting or something like that for data. Because I'm also on the data team, so I work with all of those new changes that come out every year. So it's kind of reviewed, it's talked about amongst the team, we make sure everybody knows exactly what those pieces are. And then a lot of times that's a process, right? Because then after talking with schools, they might have some other interesting ideas or interpretations of rules and how they want to do things. And then we come back and talk about those. And what do we think? Do we think that's good? No, or yes, or that's interesting. And we tend to be pretty conservative on those pieces as well. So I know, like with the, I forget the exact term, but the funding for the COVID, for keeping that, right? That was a big thing for a while of like, oh, this is a lot of money and free. So, interpreting those is very murky, but we just kind of give our best guess. And again, we have relationships with not just one audit firm, but all of the audit firms, and some of them interpret things differently. So, we just kind of put that information, give that to you, and then work with you and let the leadership make those decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Travels.
Thank you for.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Here you want. Yeah, I'll leave my cards here.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
So much. Good.
Oh, yeah.
Good. All right. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Or hopefully I see you before the end.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, items for action. A computer lab project at Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School fiscal year 25-26. As part of our ongoing updates to our new middle school facility, we are relocating our on-site computer lab. This is a ratification as the work needed to begin to ensure the opening of the middle school. All capital action 3.09 funding source general fund LCFF middle school. And the budget financial impact is $46,105.05 for one-time costs. It's recommended that the board of directors approve action item A. Can I get a motion in a second?
Motion.
I'll second.
And then is there any discussion or presentation?
No presentation.
This is a ratification though. Okay.
All right, well, with that, then we'll do a vote. Aye.
All those in
All
favor?
those in favor, sorry.
Aye.
Aye. I need prompts. Aye. Any no's? Abstentions? All right, so moved. B, security and surveillance project at Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School for fiscal year 25-26. As we prepare for our middle school relocation, our new school site requires an update to security and surveillance. This is a ratification as the work needed to begin to ensure the opening of the middle school. Capital action 3.08 funding source COPS grant middle school. Budget financial impact $48,182.12. One-time cost for 25-26. It's recommended that the board of directors approve action item B. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any no's? Abstentions? So moved. All right. C, lighting modernization project at Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley for fiscal year 25-26. Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley is equipped with outdated lighting fixtures that require an update. We have acquired a vendor who will update all the lighting fixtures on the campus to meet school facility requirements. All capital action 3.10 funding source general fund LCFF FD. Budget financial impact is $129,950. One-time cost for fiscal year 25-26, and this item was not included in the fiscal year 25-26 budget due to the bid and selection process. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item C. In a motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion?
Did it get added into the new version?
Yeah, we're gonna be adding it in.
But like the updated one that you sent today, was it in that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing, with this project specifically, it cost, the quotes that we're getting ranged from like $300,000. They were all over the place, and so it was extremely hard to figure out, first and foremost, like, is it affordable? What can we do? But yeah. Thank you. This is the school, we can't change a fluorescent light bulb, so it needs to happen.
Have you looked at funding sources to offset this cost?
That's a great question. Actually, in fiscal year 2015-16 or fiscal year 2016-17, there's actually Prop 39 that went through.
Yeah.
So Prop 39, not Prop 39 facilities for charter schools, but Prop 39 was a separate funding source put forth by Governor Jared Brown to modernize and to offset energy costs with cost saving measures like timing lights, motion lights, and LED lights. I believe at that time, it might have been, SV was not under SVUSD control, so I don't know if SV had gotten money at that time for Prop 39. I do know that a lot of schools within Saddleback Valley Unified School District, they're still working on updating lights to be LED versus fluorescent, which you cannot even buy the bulbs for in California. These are LED. But yeah, there's not anymore in the state, so if there is,
The Bright Schools program?
I've never even heard of that program.
Okay, I suggest you look at that.
Bright Schools program.
It supports this kind of stuff.
Good job, Treasurer.
All right, any other questions? No? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Motion carries. D, Go Kid Carpool Platform for fiscal year 25-26, 26-27, and 27-28. We have been researching various online applications to assist families with rideshare transportation solutions to our new OPA middle school location. We have selected a carpool application to help families connect with one another. LCAP Goal Action 4.01 Funding Source General LCFF and Middle School SOC and SB. Budget financial impact is $12,999 and a total cost for the 3-year contract for the 3 fiscal years previously noted is not in the adopted budgets. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item D. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll say.
Thank you. Discussion?
Can I make a point? The board had asked us if there was any liability associated with this. We did reach out to our legal teams and they did suggest that we have a limited liability form, which is also included in the board materials tonight. So we have included that in the process.
Meaning if they don't sign that, they can't participate in the app? Families?
That we would put it into the application materials for them to, in the application materials to join the app
They have
to limit our liability.
Gotcha. Any other comments or questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye, any noes? Any abstentions? I'll get it one of these days. All right,
And that one thing that
the Boys and Girls Club Service Agreement and Contract Fiscal Year 25-26. The services agreement with Boys and Girls Club will provide student supervision during the school day and an after-school enrichment program on the SOCSB and middle school campuses. This partnership will enhance student safety, support working families, and offer high-quality enrichment opportunities aligned with our educational goals. LCAP Goal Action 3.02 Funding Source General Fund LCFF ELA Middle School SOC and SB. Budget financial impact is $238,545. And the service agreement is for fiscal year 25-26 in the adopted budget. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item E. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
One second. Sorry, I didn't hear.
started it.
Yeah. All right, any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? F, approve the Allen Oxford Preparatory Academy Insurance Renewal Proposal for fiscal year 25-26. The Allen Oxford Preparatory Academy Insurance Renewal Proposal includes insurance coverage for general liability, excess liability and commercial property, workers' compensation, crime, excess crime, directors and officer employment practices liability, fiduciary, cyber liability, and student accident. The premium has been reduced by $21,963.02 from fiscal year 24-25 to 25-26, driven by low workers' compensation claims. The administration recommends approving the Allen Insurance Renewal Package, LCAP Goal Action Not Applicable, Funding Source General Fund LCFF, Middle School SOC and SB. Budget financial impact is $240,454 for fiscal year 25-26 in the adopted budgets. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item F. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Second.
Man, I can't get a word in with you two.
Welcome to my world. Busiest of these.
It's so nice, actually.
All right, any discussion? I'll just say, it's great to see we're having lower rates of workers' compensation claims. So well done. With that, we'll go ahead and, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. G, 26-27 student calendar third review. The 2026-2027 Oxford Preparatory Academy student calendar has been developed and feedback has been taken into account. LCAP Goal Action not applicable, funding source not applicable, and budget financial impact not applicable. It's recommended that the Board of Directors approve action item G. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. H, audio visual equipment and installation for Oxford Preparatory County Middle School for fiscal year 2025. 6, as part of our ongoing updates to our new middle school facility, the administration recommends approval of some audio visual equipment requiring enhancement and or installation at the new school site. This is a ratification as the work needed to begin to ensure the opening of the middle school. LCAP goal action 3.10, funding source general fund LCFF middle school budget financial impact is $65,177.86. It is a one-time cost for fiscal year 25-26 in the adopted budget. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item H. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Discussion?
We will be bringing this back at the August, we did have a small change order to add a TV that would face the board. So the new updated amount would be $67,000. But of course, with posting requirements, we couldn't get it in on time, so we'll be bringing it back for a change order. This was also reflected in my budget as well as on the presentation I gave for the middle school relocation cost.
Should we just approve it tonight up to the new amount?
Yeah, we can do that. You can amend it. You can amend it.
Or would you rather us wait?
We can amend it.
You can amend your motion
I
to
think you're
amount
right.
to exceed amount of like $70,000.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, just to get it done.
Thank
That's what
you.
you
Okay, so what is the amount?
Not to exceed 70,000.
Okay,
Make a motion to amend my motion to adjust the amount to not exceed 70,000.
I second.
You? Look at us being efficient.
Quick thinking, wow.
You're gonna love your monitor.
Your screen. Okay, make sure it's like high up.
Yeah.
Oh, it will be. Yeah.
All right, with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. I, Oxford Preparatory County updated job descriptions and job classifications. As part of our ongoing efforts to ensure that our organizational structure aligns with with our current and future goals, the Human Resources Department has recently conducted a review of several job descriptions and job classifications within the organization. These changes reflect shifts in responsibilities, skill requirements, and market benchmarks to better support our organization. LCAP goal action not applicable, funding source not applicable, and budget financial impact not applicable. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item I. Can I get a motion and a second, please?
No motion.
I'll second.
Do we have discussion?
Yeah, is the jobs the ones that are on the ones below it?
The job descriptions that are in this classification are all of the job descriptions that did not require reclassification or a new job description. Ones below would be new job descriptions. And we did check to see if this would require material revision of our charter. It does not require material revision of our charter because they are located in the appendices
Okay.
of the charter. And all we have to do is after the board approves, then we upload it and update with the two authorizing agencies, and we check with both.
All right, any other discussion, questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
I
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. J, classified coordinator salary scale. Now, OPA currently does not have a salary scale associated with the role of classified coordinator. LCAP goal action 2.01 fiscal year 25-26 funding source general fund LCFF. Budget financial impact salary scale is $87,239 to $111,738. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item J. May I get a motion and a second, please?
So
second.
Do we have any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And K, certificated coordinator salary scale. OPA does not currently have a salary scale associated with the role of certificated coordinator, LCAP full action 2.01 fiscal year 25-26 funding source, general LCFF. Budget financial impact salary scale is $101,989 to $130,623. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item K. Can we get a motion and a second, please?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. And discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
I,
Right.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. L, certificated librarian job description. OPA will have library locations at middle school, SOC, and SV school sites, and thus will need to hire a librarian. The first step in this process is to develop a job description. LCAP goal action 2.01 fiscal year 25-26 funding source, general LCFF, budget financial impact salary scale is 61,337 through $89,655. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item L. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion.
Second.
Is there discussion?
I have a quick question. How does this, sorry, I apologize for asking this. How does this compare to other places? Because I know librarians are really hard with degrees, are really hard to find right now. Is this gonna get us there?
This
good
librarians
question.
Librarians are a very difficult position because not many people are actually going to school to be a librarian, so we're hopeful that we can get one. This is your professor salary scale.
Okay.
So it is a certificated FTE or full-time employee in that certificated vein, so this is where they would be placed as on the professor level. Okay.
And it's one to share, or this is one because we have.
It'd be
two?
one to share. There is an education code that requires the implementation of libraries, and then also an education code that says it has to be a certificated employee to service those libraries. I have asked YMC to make sure that we have to abide by the education code. I have not received answer back, but I will hopefully soon. With any regard, I think that we should have somebody overseeing the libraries, now that we're gonna have 3 of them.
I have a question. I could be missing it because my eyes are getting tired, but see it on the new org chart? The library.
That's the same question.
The librarian is the same as like a professor.
Oh,
It
would go right there.
Yeah.
It would not be its
So
own
who do
line
they
item.
report to, like because they would work across all 3 sites?
And they would work with, whenever you have a situation like that, they would work with each chancellor.
Oh,
And the chancellor would provide oversight for the librarian.
So there's 3 librarians or there's 1 librarian?
but
So
they have
the 3 bosses?
people they report to, yeah.
So in those cases, like they would work with their chancellor to see what vision they have for that library at that school site. And they would, it is common that sometimes we have multiple people
Yeah, so
supervising an employee.
they also work with this
I never.
each chancellor, because when you're updating the ISBNs of like your library collection, it's also what comes with that, a budgeted cost. So you're trying to figure out, okay, if we're updating our collection to have more graphic novels or what have you, it's like building that collection out, but also working within your obvious budget constraints.
So another
School site.
situation would be like if we have a Mandarin teacher that goes between 2 school sites, both of those chancellors contribute to their evaluation. And they work
And
in
generally, that's a successful structure. It's not
And but
problematic.
they would work in coordination with each other to evaluate that individual, just because they have shared time at different sites.
Okay. It's interesting, just thinking that.
It's hard to have 2 bosses.
And 3, that all my, well, I
Yeah,
understand, yeah. Different, yeah, anyway, okay,
That's even harder, at least they can talk to each other.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Does it have to be that way? Cause if
It doesn't have to be that
we
way.
structure it differently if
We
you all
could-
wanted to.
We could structure it differently if we wanted to. It is certificated, but
Yeah.
I mean, if we wanted to structure the oversight of that person differently, perhaps like under.
So for
Well, that's-
example,
yeah,
with
that's
a
true.
district nurse who traveled amongst all 3 schools, the chancellors coordinated conversations about
Yeah.
performance. And then the CAO or the Director of Student Services, depending on the position, was kind of like
The
the
facilitator.
main facilitator
Yes,
of that
That's
conversation.
what I would, cause none of this is me saying that they
Mhm.
shouldn't work in direct coordination with every chancellor, obviously that's necessary. But just in terms of reporting and then facilitating those, yeah, I was
Yes.
just curious how that works, okay.
We can put together a good package.
Let's see.
We can find the person.
Okay, let's see if we find the person.
We're trying.
Okay, where are we? Oh,
We're
L,
voting.
yes,
Voting.
okay, all those in favor of L, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstention? I think the motion carries. M, coordinator of data and assessment job descriptions. This job description accounts for the increase in state and federal reporting, data support for Western Association of Schools and Colleges, accreditation, and professional learning community support. LCAP goal action 2.01, fiscal year 25-26 funding source general fund LCFF, budget financial impact. Job description has a salary scale of $87,239 to $111,738. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item M. May I get a motion and a second?
A motion.
Second.
And do we have any questions or discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Carries. And Director of Facilities job description. This job description has been developed in response to adding of a new middle school facility and the increased workload on the current coordinator of facilities. LCAP goal action 2.01, fiscal year 25-26 funding source general fund LCFF, budget financial impact. The job description has a salary scale of $117,619 to $145,996. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item N. May I get a motion and a second?
A motion.
I'll second.
We have discussion?
We're missing Director of Technology.
No, we already have a
We
job
did that one
description.
before. Oh,
It already exists.
oh,
It used to be a position.
got it.
All right, then we will vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right.
Forgot to say aye. Aye.
Oh, thank you.
Aye.
You got 4 ayes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Coordinator of multilingual learners and intervention TK through 8 job descriptions. This job description has been developed to facilitate intervention coordination for multilingual learners and other student groups across 3 school sites. LCAP goal action 2.01, fiscal year 25-26, funding source general fund LCFF, budget financial impact salary scale is $101,984 to $130,623. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item O. May I get a motion and a second, please?
A motion.
Thank you. And do we have discussion? More questions?
I do have one question on all these job descriptions. When do they go into effect?
So the job description would become live once the board votes.
Okay.
After the board vote, there is no people in those job descriptions.
Yes.
At this time.
So how does that work then?
So the
Yeah,
the next
that,
meeting would have to be that board action would have to take place.
on the personnel report,
Yes.
or-
At once.
It's all once usually.
Just a ton of steps.
Right, any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those abstentions? Motion carries. Items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? No? Right. Recommendation, the executive director recommends approval of all consent items following approval by the board. Each item shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. May I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Want me to read all these?
No, usually you just do like a, like the whole thing, like A1, A2. You don't say all the verbiage. That's up to you though.
Okay. So, A1, A2, B1, and B2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes, any abstentions? Right. Executive director report.
Okay, so we have lots on the docket this summer. Obviously, you know, we have a relocation of our middle school. The move has been completed, as Mr. Laurel said. Setting up all the infrastructure. We are sending out messages usually every Friday, keeping people updated on any progress towards that middle school migration. We will be sending information out to staff to let them know like an ETA timeline of when they can start coming on campus. We really don't want them on campus right now because there's wires, there's boxes, there's things that may not be the most safest of situations. So we want to make sure that all of our staff is safe. So we will be sending out communications to let them know that will be coming out of the chief academic officer's position. We are having a administrative retreat. We normally have that this summer where all the leadership team gets together and we just host a day. And that will be on July 28th. So we're really excited about that, really setting the standard. This year is going to be on just building that OPA culture, which we think is so fabulous and fun. And it's also, we're having a book distributed to our staff, our leadership staff, and it's all about assuming best intentions every single day, every single moment, and everything that we do. So the final thing that's coming up is board workshop is scheduled for August 9th. This has come on the schedule for the board. So glad to see that. This is where the board actually sets direction, talks about goals, priorities, and it gets the work, the work that the board needs to get done usually gets done on this day. So it's a really long day for you guys, but it is a really good day and a really good event. So we're excited to have that on the calendar as well. And that ends my report.
Thank you. All right, my fellow directors. Start with number 5.
Thank you to Michael and your team for applying for our grant. I know it was a heavy lift and you rushed to get it out, and so that hopefully we get it. Fingers crossed. And for you and Alfonso and your team for the move, because that's a big lift and we're really excited for the middle school. And thank you again to SUSC when we went through our walkthrough. It was really nice that they were there answering questions, being helpful.
I'll echo all of that, but not say I don't like having an interest of time, and welcome to Mr. Recting.
So I will ditto all of that. And I'm really excited about all the things that are going to be happening. We will be reopening a new school before we convene again, or thereabouts. So we'll have our ribbon cutting, and then the next day we have a workshop. Hope everybody comes and participates in those and meet the professors. I did have one thing that I did want to make sure to ask about that's on our next agenda. Is I would love an update about just kind of how we're tracking to our school renewals, because I know those are coming up, and I just want to kind of make sure that we get our board report on that in the next cycle.
Thank you. I feel like I've said enough. With all the reading and I had dental work today. I have new things in my mouth. I mean, maybe that's TMI, but I'm gonna just shield my time. And with that, we can recess back to close 9:04 p.m. Thank you, everyone. All right, welcome back. We reconvene to open session at 10:53 PM. There's nothing to report, no action taken. Adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on July 17, 2025. May I get a motion and a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay.
You just put it as however you like it.
Give member Tyler the motion, second. Dr. Shaw. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No